Bra, vi är online. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Kvarkenrådet's seminar day here at Vaasa Future Festival. I'm Anna Bertils, and I'm going to moderate the discussion at today's show. We are looking forward to a program that includes the future way of traveling and the way of building new ways of living in the Kvarken region. This year, we will concentrate on following up on last year's discussion, and I'm personally looking forward to catching up where we left it last year. Since we met last time, Kvarken's new Marine Queen, Aurora Botnia, has been launched with great success. Passenger traffic is breaking new records, and the formalized Kvarken cooperation celebrated 50 years this summer. Today we take a closer look at the ongoing projects to see where we are currently, right now, and what will happen the next year. Välkommen ska ni vara till Kvarkenrådets seminariedag här, Vaasa Future Festival. Och välkomna till er online som tittar som bäst, kanske också hoppeligen på andra sidan Kvarken, som tar del av programmet via vår stream. Vi använder engelska här idag så att alla kan ta del av programmet på olika sidor av Kvarken. Tervetuloa kaikki Vaasa Future Festivalin viimeiselle päivälle. Meillä on striimaus päällä ja yhteinen kielemme tänään on englanti. Joskin kaikki ovat tervetulleita esittämään kysymyksiä ja kommentteja omallaan äidinkielellään. Okay, let's begin. We met last year, as I said, and we are curious about what happened since that. We have several speakers today at today's session, and before we break at 11:15, we will listen to reports and briefings. The second part of today, after the break, the discussion will be about future measures. Less talk and more concrete then. So, first runner-up today, we have a FAIR project promoting electric aviation, and then we have Emil Sandstrom. Welcome. You have a presentation? Okay. And we will take the questions after your presentation, 1 or 2 questions, and then we will continue discussing after the break.
Perfect. So let's just test the sound. Is all right? So to begin with, my name is Emil, as you could read on the screen, and I work generally as, let's start from the beginning, shall we? And I generally work with regional development, spatial planning, and project management at a company called Relevance. And we have been assisting the Kvarken Council for quite some time now, and are going to talk about a couple of those projects. So as Anna said, the first project is the FAIR project. That is an acronym standing for Finding Innovations to Accelerate the Implementation of Electric Regional Aviation. So this project aims to prepare this region for the early introduction of electric aviation. And it's funded by the Interreg Botnia Atlantica program and has involved a multitude of different partners. So, as you all probably know, the aviation sector, this is just, first and foremost, just a short introduction for those who aren't familiar with this project. The aviation sector has not been as fast to sort of start the shift towards electric as the car market. That is generally because of sort of the challenges with technical solutions with regards to energy density. But this is coming up to par, and it is actually happening right now. So we do have a small-scale trainer aircraft at the airport in Skellefteå, and there are multiple models in development, as you can see in these 3 pictures. And for example, we have the HART ES-19 aircraft far to the right that is expected to hit the market in just a couple of years. And this type of aircraft is generally what we expect to be the first generation of electric aircraft. That is a regional aircraft with a range of approximately 400 kilometers and seats for 19 people. So during the last year, this project has been focusing studies on three main arguments that are appealing for the electric aviation sector. And the first one is sort of the environmental impact and the idea of zero operational emissions. So what this chart is showing is a calculation of environmental impact per passenger for different modes of transport. So what we can see here is that far to the left we have the best in class, that is the electric train with the Nordic energy mix. And we see the traditional fossil aircraft far to the right. And I think that this chart really tells us three main conclusions, namely that the energy mix is way important, and secondly that there is a very high importance of a high degree of utilization for collective modes of transport in order to sort of divide the emissions that can be derived from construction phase on multiple people during a vehicle's lifetime. And third conclusion is that given these different criteria or assumptions, that the electric aircraft with a 9-seater and a 50% load factor, that is an average 4.5 people per trip, the electric aircraft is an environmentally reasonable option. The second argument that is appealing with electric aviation is the hypothesis that it will lower costs for aviation. So we have been looking into cost per passenger for a fictional route between Skellefteå in Sweden and Kokkola in Finland. And we can start off by just stating the fact that total cost is a product of fixed and operational cost. So what we can see here is that we have compared two different types of aircraft to represent these two technologies. To the left, far to the left, is the Beech 1900 that represents a traditional aircraft, where for this trip, the total cost per passenger would be 163 euros. And then we have the Heart ES-19, the 19-seater electric aircraft, for which, with our assumptions, the cost per passenger for this trip would be 155 euros. So that is a marginal lower of cost, 5%, practically. But the thing with aviation is that if you have an aircraft that is already standing, it's on a route and it's waiting for the next route, basically you have taken all the fixed cost, and if you add another leg to this route, then you only have the operational cost. And this is really where electric aviation comes to shine. So looking at the two columns far to the right, we see only operational costs that we have removed sort of the aircraft standing charge. It's the cost of owning and operating, or purchasing and owning an aircraft. We see that the cost for the Beech 1900 is 90 euros, whereas the cost for the Heart ES-19 would be 66 euros. So that is a savings of cost for almost 27%. And this is due to the fact that we have lower fuel and maintenance cost. So the conclusion here is that, once again, high utilization is key for electric aviation economics. And the third and sort of final important and appealing argument for electric aviation is that these technical limitations with energy density and battery technology, as well as these cost structures, might translate into increased connectivity with regards to more routes and more departures. And we argue the case that this region is especially ideal for being a testbed for the early implementation of electric aviation. And that is that it is characterized by some sort of natural barriers, and we do have long distances. The east-west communications sometimes leave something more to wish for. And this suitability is especially strengthened by the fact that we do have an existing cross-border cooperation, and we do have a low-carbon energy production for the energy mix. And we do have an emerging green industry that sort of can be a driver to drive this demand for these services. But only the fact that it is lower environmental impact and that it is lower cost is not sufficient for people to use these services, because we do have a need of compatibility or attractiveness. So this map is showing what is called travel time quotas. That is basically a view of competitiveness for different modes of transport. So we have plotted out different nodes in the aviation network in this region, and we have compared the time it takes to go by air by the time it takes to go by car. That is usually the main option. And if you have a travel time quota that is less than 1, you have basically a net time savings. And what we can see here is that the darker shade of blue is a net time savings of at least 75% between these different nodes. That is really a dramatic savings. And this is even including a sort of a time penalty of 60 minutes transfer and boarding time. So there are multiple opportunities and possibilities with regards to electric aviation. Although there are these opportunities, there are still, of course, challenges that need to be addressed. First one might be to sort of get the regional routes between countries and to neighboring countries. Because as we saw, the competitiveness of regional electric aviation really is funded by the existence of a regional existing routes, so that we can build upon them. And we can do this by, for example, commissioning the authorities to include this in the public service obligation system, and to review the possibility of having regional aviation being part of the public service system. And as of right now, the demand for and the attitude towards regional electric aviation among consumers and travelers is quite unknown. That might be hindering or slowing down the rate of investment among corporations and airports. And speaking of airports, we do have some naturally lack of charging infrastructure and capacity in the grid that need to be assessed for each node. Like, what kind of capacity do we need for charging these planes? And today's airports are not optimized for these short flights, because with shorter flights we have sort of disproportional transfer and boarding times that really does not facilitate the competitiveness of regional aviation. So the best way of really finding out what is the required actions for being an early adopter for electric aviation is to try it out early and in small scale, and then scale up successively. And that is why it's especially exciting to see that there is actually a route between Skellefteå in Sweden and Kokkola in Finland that is starting operations this coming weeks. So that is absolutely exciting. And that is all about the FAIR project as of right now.
Thank you. It was a good catch-up. It's happened a lot, hasn't it?
It actually has, yeah.
How do you see the demand? You mentioned the demand for electric aviation.
Well, that is mainly, if we see this coming route, see that it is unclear, but it's mainly driven by a few actors that is really demanding this operations, and we see that it is gradually developing as well. And I think that it might be some private travelers discovering these destinations as well.
So it's one of the key factors.
Some of the key factors, but mainly I think the green emerging industry and new job creation is the driving factor.
Okay, good. We'll have time for 1 or 2 questions right now. If you have a question. No, we can continue after the breakthrough with the questions.
Great.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. A big applause. And now we will continue with the Nordic battery belt logistics, and then we have Isak Brännström as the second speaker. Welcome, Isak.
Click.
Sorry.
All right, so my name is Isak Brännström. I work as a consultant at Tyrens together with Emil. And we have been helping the Kvarken Council with another project called the Nordic Battery Belt Logistics Project. And this project is focused on the emerging green industry or electrification industry that also Emil mentioned might be an important part of the demand for regional electric aviation on the one hand, and on the other hand also of course an important part of the electric aircraft themselves and of all the electric vehicles that will be coming. So it's really an important industry going forward. We'll see if I'll get my presentation there. Thanks. So the Nordic battery belt area that I'm speaking of is stretching from the Ostrobothnian landscapes in Finland towards Västerbotten County in Sweden and Nordland in Norway. And the focus is the new battery factories like Northvolt, the battery cell producers like Freyr in Mo i Rana and Vaasa, and with other battery value chain production facilities like Grafintec and Keliber, for example. And this project is a collaboration between the cities of, or the regional development companies of Kokkola region, Vaasa region, the city of Skellefteå, and the city of Mo i Rana. And the Kvarken Council, of course. And within this project, we have been looking at ways to enable more sustainable logistics solutions for the growing battery industry in this region. And to do that, we have been mapping input materials and the new production facilities, the estimated volumes, and what this would mean in terms of new transport volumes, and then try to analyze how well suited is the regional transport system to handle this, and where are necessary measures to sort of enhance this regional transport system to better suit the emerging industry and to increase the sustainability in the transport part of the chain, which of course is important for the green energy production that the EU wants to achieve, and that I think we have really good conditions to enable in our region. So when I'm talking about the battery supply or the battery industry and the battery value chain, you can see that it's quite a lot of steps in this figure. You can think of it in terms of the first steps. You need to find the raw materials needed, lithium, cobalt, etc. And then the next step, you need to process these materials into anode and cathode materials. And then they move on to battery cell production and battery production before going on to the different use cases, for example, electric vehicles or energy storage solutions. And then in the last phase, to try to recycle as much of this as possible. The raw materials needed, the minerals needed is quite scarce resources, so it's really good use case to try to recycle as much as possible, which is exampled by Northvolt with their new Revolt facility in Skellefteå. And a lot of the different parts of this value chain is present in our region. Another thing we can see is that the minerals themselves are also present in our region. We have quite good natural resource availability for the kind of batteries that are being produced. But still we can see when we have been mapping the different production facilities, the different projects, that there are quite few mines within the region, even though we have quite many resources. And I think here we see that it's it's a rather long way to go from finding a natural resource to having an open mine. It's a lot of permits needs to be. There are quite long times for getting permits and so on. But we have the potential of having more locally sourced input materials, not least shown by the developments in the Kokkola region, I would say. But we have found that there are a lot of investments going on. We have tried to estimate the volumes. We have had help from Ramboll, Finland, who have been conducting interviews with the battery manufacturers in the region. And we have been doing workshops together with the battery manufacturers and with the logistics companies and regional authorities to try to find what will this mean for the transport system of this region. And what we can see is, of course, this will mean a lot of more transported volumes within the region. And different parts of the value chain will have different kind of transport demands, where the more the earlier steps will be more high volume, low value, and then you will add value through the value chain. And this will mean that it will take different kinds of transport solutions. But one thing that we can see is that this sea transports will be really crucial, I think. A lot of the input materials as of today will come from other countries, since there are not everything is not really available in our region yet, even though, as I said, I think the potential is there. So the ports will have an important role in this, and the ongoing developments in the ports of all these cities is really something positive for this industry. And we also see the need of continued measures with the deepening of fairways and with the new port road, for example, here in Vaasa. Another thing that's really important is the railway connections. There we see that between Sweden and Norway we have a lack of railway connections, but otherwise we have quite good railway connections. And there are at the moment planning and start of construction of the North Bothnia line in Sweden, connecting Skellefteå to the southern parts of Sweden. That is a really important project also for this industry. Then, of course, other kinds of measures in the road network paired with charging infrastructure and digitalization solutions for these roads to sort of maximize the benefits of electrification, also of the transport system, is really important. But you could say that there really is, will be a growing transport demand within this region. It's hard to say exactly which parts of the transport system will be most affected, but we see that there is a need of continued focus on this issue and to try to enhance. And I say that many of the projects highlighted in the last picture is already sort of up and running or already in the planning stage. And I think that this region has been quite good at working with the transport infrastructure issues. And I think this puts really more behind the arguments of the new infrastructure investments. And then, of course, it's important to note that the transports and logistics part of this whole new industry is, of course, just one part. And I would say that there are a lot of issues that need to be handled. We need to have skilled workforce. We need to have a sustainable energy supply, and we need to have accommodation. We need land for new establishments, and so on. And with this in mind, that is also, I think, after this project ends now in October, I think that is the next step is to look into these other areas to see what can be done. And I know that the Quaken Council, together with the regional authorities in these countries, are looking into this at the moment. So I hope there will be new projects coming after this. And with that, I say thanks.
Thank you. So you are more or less building a kind of huge puzzle when we look at all the aspects. How long have you been working with this project?
This project has been up and running for 1.5 years, and it ends now in October. Mm-hmm. And it will conclude with a final conference in Skellefteå in Sweden. Mm-hmm. That will be a joint conference with the FAIR project that Emil was telling you about earlier. So everyone is welcome to take part in that as well.
So how do you see the next step?
Well, I think the next step in terms of transport and logistics is to continue the discussions with the battery industry to find what are the greatest needs, and then for the regional authorities and for organizations like the Quaken Council and to really try to argue for these types of investments that needs to be done in the transport infrastructure system.
Do we have any questions to Isak? Not right now. Thank you very much. Thank you. And a big, huge applause. Thank you. Thank you. Now we have as a third and fourth speaker, we have Anders Jungar, PBA Research Institute, and Axel Anderson from Ramboll here today. We will begin with Anders, and I think Anders is with us through a link. I think I saw him a couple of minutes ago. Yes, there you are. Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. It's a beautiful morning. I'm in Pargas, Parainen, southwestern corner of Finland. And unfortunately not able to be on site at the Vaasa Future Festival, but happy to share some thoughts on the Quaken fixed links from PBI's perspective over the couple of minutes.
Good, wonderful. And you are the third speaker up, so let's begin with a fixed connection. Go ahead. You have a presentation, or?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to share that on the screen, so I hope everyone can see this one. So first of all, a big thanks to the Vaasa Future Festival and the Quaken Council for the opportunity to come and briefly give an overview on basically a status update on where we are in terms of the assessment of the fixed link and the work that PBI has done. So we've got about 50 minutes, so I will cut it quite short, also to give appropriate time for Axel Anderson of Ramboll to share Ramboll's results. So just very briefly, as a recap, Kvarken Council was approached last year by 3 international actors. They came with ideas, proposals on how to implement and also partly finance a fixed link between Vaasa and Umeå. I think it's fair to say that these actors are, from the profile point of view, very, very different. Starting from the left, we have Green Carbon Recovery, a project developer / consultancy company based in England. We have in the middle, we have Meridiam, a global investor asset manager based in Paris with about, I think, 18 billion assets under management in 25 different countries. And then on the far right-hand side, we have an Israeli engineering and construction company that also approached the Kvarken Council. And these actors are, as you can see, they're quite different in profile. And they have come up with, they came with, let's say, ideas, proposals, thoughts on how this fixed link could be assessed. And I cannot go into the details of those proposals. That is, of course, confidential information, so I can only share what has been sort of discussed in the public. But in essence, there's quite different views on and ideas proposed on how that fixed link should be taken or how it should be implemented and financed. Green Carbon has had quite visionary concepts, I would say, on how that could be handled with a island in the middle of the Kvarken Strait with a casino and a lot of various ideas around that. Edgar has proposed a more streamlined, or should I say, more simple solution, especially bringing forward their ocean brick technology. It's a technology to minimize environmental impact. And then Meridiam have not put forward, let's say, proposals to this degree of detail, but they had indeed also given their view on how to develop a mega infrastructure project of this size and based on their experience. Now, what has PBI done and what has been our role and scope of work? Well, in essence, it's our work has been to assess these proposals and ideas with the guidance from a cross-border reference group that I will briefly talk about later. But basically, the assessment started off last November, and we're now at the end of stage 2. Just some couple of highlights from this assessment. I mean, we've had quite many discussions with the companies mentioned here previously. We've organized hearings where the reference group members were involved. But also an important part here is that we've had initial market dialogue also with other market players. I mean, there's a plethora of big players out there doing building, constructing, designing, and financing large-scale infrastructure. And we've had very interesting discussions with some of them to also get their initial views on a fixed link between Vaasa and Umeå. And then last but definitely not least, we've also had very many discussions with the transport agencies in Finland, that is Väylävirasto in Finnish and Trafikverket in Sweden. Well, as you can see from this picture, the work is still ongoing. We're about to, however, wrapping up the conclusions and recommendations and those, some, let's say, initial thoughts on those I will share after the break. But in essence, this assessment is planned to end in October, so just in a couple of months. Just briefly to show you the reference group I referred to earlier. So this is the group of people, experts that PBI and myself as the project manager from PBI side that we have been reporting to and having discussions with. So as you can see from the list of people, I will not go through it, all the names here, but as you can see, there's a good representation from both countries. There's political decision makers, there's transport logistics experts. There are we have Jaakko Nuutila from the Finnish Transport Info Agency, Björn Hassegren, Maria Öberg. We have Esa Eranti and Antti Talvitie, who 2 years ago held an inspiring presentation at this very same event, Sture Ud, etc. So big thanks to the reference group for good guidance and very good discussions. But that is in very brief the status of the project from PBI's point of view. And as said, we'll have an opportunity to discuss the proposed next steps and also take maybe some questions, I think, preferably after the break. But with these words, I think I'd like to hand over to Rambo. So thank you.
Thank you, Anders. Thank you. And as you said, we are going to continue this discussion after the break. So let's give the stage to you. Welcome, Axel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Axel Anderson. I work as an environmental consultant at Ramboll in Ramboll's impact assessment team. See if the presentation starts. Yes. I'm very thankful to be having the opportunity to come here to Vaasa Future Festival, and also my old hometown to present the results and findings of a very early and general environmental assessment of this really exciting project, the Kvarken Fixed Link. Luckily enough, I haven't been working on this on my own. I have had several experts in various environmental fields helping me out. And what's been really nice in this project, in our assignment, is that we've been having resources or colleagues from both our Finnish organization and from our Swedish organization, tapping into this connection between Finland and Sweden. So, what have we done? The Kvarken Council asked us to identify the environmental values in the Kvarken area, and also to analyze these values and propose or put forward how these values might pose challenges for a fixed link. And the Kvarken Council also asked us to suggest on how to adapt and adjust the project according to these environmental values and challenges. So, we started off by defining a study area based on the preliminary routes that Anders showed us previously. Within this study area, we looked for established areas with documented environmental values and with some sort of formal protection regulation. And we gathered all this data from publicly open sources in both Finland and Sweden. And as you can see here on the picture or the map to the left, we found quite a lot, both on the Finnish and on the Swedish sides. And what we did with this material is that we looked into it from several criteria, trying to find out how the values might be impacted from a fixed link, but also how the protection regulations might impact the actual project. And in doing this evaluation, we looked at the level of environmental values. We also looked at how sort of serious the regulation is, how strongly are these values and areas protected, and also if there are overlapping areas, meaning that there might be several sets of protection regulations needed to be taken into account. And based on this very general analysis, we found out that the areas that might be maybe most natural, or at least the shortest way between the Finnish archipelago in Replot and Björke to Holmen on the Swedish side of the border, that's also where the most environmental values are located. And so we sort of did a rating on where it's most suitable and where it's the least suitable to build or construct a fixed link, and also to investigate further. And here it's also relevant to point out that within these value areas, the actual environmental values aren't necessarily evenly spread. There might be like hotspots or key values at certain points. But on the other hand, the values aren't necessarily confined to the borders of these areas. And from these gray areas where we didn't find any documented environmental values, that doesn't mean that there aren't any. They haven't possibly just been discovered yet. So that's important to keep in mind moving forward. So there's a lot to take into consideration in the upcoming planning steps. But so briefly, in conclusion, first of all, as I mentioned, this analysis is based on a very general level. We haven't really looked into specific protection regulation for individual areas. There are just too many areas at the moment to look at the whole study area. However, we haven't really found anything that suggests that a fixed link would be impossible to realize in any way. There are, however, very high environmental values to take into consideration, and possibly also in relation to these values, challenging permitting processes with uncertain outcomes. But in the end, the easiest way to minimize the environmental impact and also to avoid the most serious process challenges is through route selection. And that's why it's really great that we've been involved in this very early stage, so that we can point out which areas are most and the least suitable. And for the next steps, we would recommend to find feasible route alternatives. And based on these feasible route alternatives, you can go more into depth and more into detail to see what areas are actually or might actually be affected, and look into the specific environmental values and protection regulations in these areas. We also think it's relevant to look at critical passages and sections within our study area, and also in the routes, and have a look if it's possible and what is possible to do within these areas. And eventually, a few years in the future, to then carry out detailed field studies and environmental impact assessments and permitting processes. But that's still quite far in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Axel. We will continue this discussion after the break. Okay? Yes. And as a reminder from Quakensat, we have a name list there besides the door, so please fill in that list too. And a second reminder from Vaasa Future Festival, they have an exhibition hall with an artificial intelligence-based art installation next door, I think. So, no? It's next door, okay. In the White House, okay. So please visit that one too during the break, if you have the time. Thank you very much for this. We will continue after the break, 11:45. So now it's time for coffee. Ljudet borde vara på. Ja. Welcome back. We are up for the second session of today's program, and as you can see, we have Anders, Esa, Sture and Heidi as speakers today. But let's begin with Anders, where we left him the last time. Anders, are you there? You're still in Pargas?
I'm still here.
You're still there. Good, good.
Good to be back.
And the stage is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to keep this one as short as well. I was asked to share some views on what we foresee as the next steps going forward from our point of view. But before I do that, there's a couple of things I want to say about the Kvarken fixed link from a general point of view. I think it's fair to say that the project has gained increased momentum since during the past year. There's reasons for that that I'll come back to. At the same time, I think it's fair to say that this is a mega project in a very early stage, and there's a long journey ahead. As I noted, we see, and this is something that we've discussed latest on Wednesday when I was in Vaasa. I also took part in the Future Festival for some hours, and we had a reference group meeting where we discussed the potential for this fixed link. As we all know, and what was actually discussed yesterday in the Future Festival session, the geopolitical situation, many of the speakers brought forward the fixed link actually, and what is the impact that Russia's attack on Ukraine creates in terms of the need for transport, securing transportation links in all situations. So the link has received, as we see it, or has a lot more potential today than maybe 2 years ago when Mr. Eranti and Mr. Talvitie presented, due to the geopolitical situation we have. Now, that is one thing. Another thing that has been brought forward is the synergies with large-scale offshore wind. So what if we build, and when those large-scale offshore wind parks start coming up in the Kvarken region, what are the synergies we can foresee from having a fixed link and these large-scale offshore wind parks? Now, that is actually something that we will still be looking into within the assessment process that PBI is carrying out. Then energy storage solutions, new power transmissions solutions across the strait. So there's a lot of things that are not necessarily directly connected to the transportation need and the increased transportation need as a result of the battery belt that was presented here earlier today. So as we see it, there's a lot of potential, some due to positive things and some due to quite quite the opposite. But as I noted here, the Kvarken Council will convene in September, October, and decide on how to proceed. So the question is, of course, then, what do we foresee as the next steps? And we've outlined here 3 things that we put forward also on Wednesdays. I want to highlight these are initial recommendations, but I don't believe these are going to change dramatically during the coming month. And I'd like to highlight the one in the middle. I think it's become clear that we need to look into this fixed link in more detail. We need to carry out a proper pre-feasibility study to define what is the actual need and the problem we're trying to solve here. Now, the transportation needs is one thing, but then what about the geopolitical situation and the needs that creates for secured links? So that is one thing. The benefits and the impact, of course, there's a lot of benefits that we've already been discussing. What would be the impact of this transport transportation link. And then an important part, what are the alternative solutions to meet the need? Now, it's not so that there's only one solution out there and one only. Be it from a technical perspective or be it from also a route alternative point of view. And those need to look into. One thing that has been brought forward during the assessment process that we carried out was that some people were arguing for that the link should include rail. Some said that road is enough. But of course, we need to go back to what is the actual need and then designing the solutions based on that, taking into account also, of course, financial constraints that, what can we actually afford? And then, of course, what are the risks involved and also financial model? How would we actually be financing this link? There's a lot of alternatives on that side as well. Now, one thing that we also realized during the assessment process is that these studies or pre-feasibility studies, it's important that we do them in accordance with both Finnish and Swedish guidelines, because there are questions and there's things to be considered that we need to figure out anyway. And those are questions that will be asked from the project at some point in time anyway. So important that we follow the guidelines that are there. And there are actually quite good guidelines on how this should be done. So I think that's the natural next step. Of course, securing financing for that will, as we see it, become the Kvarken Council, but needs to find money for that. But they've shown throughout history that they are quite good at finding financing for important studies. So that's very much in short, maybe the most important thing that I want to highlight from let's say, initial recommendations point of view. So yeah, that was a very short sort of inspirational speech or view from our side on what should in practice be done next. So I think that's all I was planning to say at this point. I'd prefer to open up the discussion if there are questions from the audience.
Thank you very much, Anders. That was an inspirational view of the project. So now let's go into the discussions. But before that, we have Mr. Esa Eranti, Doctor of Science, who are first in line with the comments on this project. Microphone? Yes, is it? Ja, is it okay? Kan jag ta en? Vilken som helst. Okay. There you go. And after Esa's presentation, we will hopefully have a good discussion together with you here today.
Hello. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if our national product goes up 2% and inflation is 8%, we go back 6%. As a matter of fact, in real terms, we are worse off than 13 years ago. And yet, we have borrowed heavily at the rate of 5 billion euros a year, and now at the rate of 10 billion euros a year. And this is going up. So, something is obviously wrong, and I try to address. So, this is an open-ended environmental impact scale. It measures negative environmental impacts on square kilometers and years. And we can say at the high end of the scale we have really heavy issues like a full-scale nuclear war and climate change scenario. And this latter is an opportunity also for us to deal with this problem and do business and develop technology. And then we have lesser important things like a forest farm or a family garden that also have positive environmental impacts. And now, if we want to develop something, develop new investments, like Prime Minister Vanhanen wondered why there is so little investment in Finland. So there are things that are used to slow down or block investment. We have, for example, rujanesikko, just a small plant that is very common in Norway. Or we may have a flying squirrel, we may have some harmful substances or an erasable agrarian landscape. Wherever you look, there is always something to complain and squeeze money out of the investor. And to understand this, we have to understand that state bureaucracies represent their own interest, not the people's interest. They go up high in the international level, they push forward their wonderful ideas, and then there are like-minded people, and when the decisions made far from the ordinary people come down, power increases at each step, and at local level there is no ratio anymore in many cases. Just like these little bugs or something, you can block other people's work and cause harmful costs to investors. So, as a matter of fact, this is a wonderful source of power. And that's why it is so appealing, and that's why it's so corrupting. You decide, the bureaucrat or the minister decides who can do business or who can't. You can sink a project into a never-ending permitting process. Now let's look at the investor. In an ideal situation, there is rationality in decision, and there is a time schedule. So if the investor can grab a business opportunity, for example, a battery field, then he can invest. But if he sees no rational outcome or schedule, somebody else will make the investments. As a matter of fact, we have pushed industries and resources to other countries like China and Russia. And now we find that we lack those strategic resources and assets when we need them. So this is the Treaty of European Union. This is the fundamental article in that treaty. What is the purpose of the EU? And we see that harmonious and balanced development of economic activities, sustainable and non-inflationary growth, respecting the environment, a high degree of convergence of economic performance, a high level of employment and social protection, the rising standard of living and quality of life, and in economic and social cohesion and solidarity among member states. Now, as a matter of fact, also euro area has declined during the last 13 years. And now we are throwing good money after bad money to support the power structures of southern European countries. So what can we do? Of course, I have some ideas, but now we are speaking about this Kvarken connection. And first of all, I would like to say that it is mined with bureaucratic power structures, eco-bureaucratic power structures. But when I have asked what is the problem, nobody has come up with a significant problem. So this is all a bureaucratic power game. I have some ideas, but what can we do here? As a matter of fact, there is a way. We just can't get this through an ordinary permitting process. No way, at least at this date. And the solution is that power resides with the people here in Finland. And if we get it accepted by the parliament, then we get it through. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Esa. So how do you, when I looked at your presentation and heard you present this, what would you say would then be the next step when you look at these three lines?
It is very simple. Just sharpen the outline. Find out first a list of ecological problems.
Yes.
A list of ecological problems, so that we can see whether they have no significance at all. And I don't see any significance. I have been. And then second thing is to see what kind of benefits we can get, and but we first have to see what kind of structures we need, whether we need tunnels or bridges or embankment roads. You can all see them at all around here. Mm-hmm. So get some alternative plans, get them priced, and then get a cost-benefit analysis. And if we like, after this pre-feasibility study, we like what we get, defense, trade, battery, and wind farms and things like that. If we like that, then we should go forward. But if it doesn't make sense economically and it has no feasibility, so let's drop it then. Okay.
Thank you, Esa. Is Anders still with us through the link?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, good. Do you have any comments? How do you relate to the things that Esa just said?
Well, in short, first of all, I'd like to thank Esa and also Antti, who pro bono have been contributing to these projects from the very start. So a big thanks to Esa and Antti. I think listening to Esa, I mean, we've had many discussions with Esa, and what I talked about as next step, I think those are very much in line with what Esa is asking for. You know, what Esa brought forward here today is this list of ecological problems. What is the actual problem? What is its significance? That is something that Rambo looked into in their study. We have looked more from a, let's say, business point of view. But surely, I mean, we need to have facts on the table because there's a lot of sort of ideas and sort of opinions out there. But we need numbers. We need facts. And to get facts on the table, also with regards to alternative solutions, be it a tunnel plus a bridge, an embankment plus a tunnel or whatever, we need to have numbers. We've seen some numbers presented by Esa and Antti, but there are other alternatives as well. And the cost benefit, that's a standard, well-established method for, when you make a decision. Is this investment feasible? Does it make sense? Yes or no? So all in all, I would say I fully agree with Esa. A proper pre-feasibility study needs to be done. But also, of course, the ecological topics need to be handled because they raise a lot of concerns. And among, there's a lot of public discussion about those. But we need more facts on the table because otherwise it's going to be a never-ending discussion.
Thank you. And then I will turn to Mattias Lindström, the director of Kvarken Rådet Council. How do you agree with them? More facts on the table.
Yes, thank you, Anna, and thank you all the speakers as well. Very interesting points of view, and of course, we are taking baby steps forward all the time in this question, and I think we are now on the right path, and as Anders also pointed out, during the last year and the beginning of this year, we have seen a big change in the geopolitical situation, which also affects also the relevance of a fixed link. But there's still much to be done, and we now have, so to speak, a roadmap how to proceed forward. And I think this environmental question is of high relevance, and as Axel pointed out, it's good that we are now already looking into these questions, because if we see the public discussion about the fixed link, many people have lifted this question about the environmental effects and also blamed us for not taking these in consideration. Now we showed that we really take these in consideration because we have high value environmental areas in the region. I think there is no contradiction between a fixed link and the high value natural areas we have. But what surprises me is, even though we see a lot of discussions going on online and in the newspaper in relation to these environmental questions, there are no people here taking part in discussions for those who are against this fixed link over the Kvarken Strait. And I think it would be very beneficial to have dialogue from the beginning with both those who oppose and those who are in favor of a fixed link. So I look forward to that discussion even more. But now at least we have the facts, we have a roadmap, and now it's up to the politicians in the Kvarken Council to decide upon what will they make us do next. Thank you.
Sounds good. A lot. Now I'm looking forward to hear your comments from the audience here today. Here we have one comment.
Good morning, Maxim Korobkin, student from Vaasa University of Applied Sciences. To my understanding, the space exploration and exploitation ended at some point once countries realized that the deal that was made about extraterrestrial resources in our solar system, it was too fair. Basically what was agreed upon is all of the humanity owns the resources. So we have come to the situation where, let's say, Americans build a moon station from the resources found on the moon. And the Chinese can come and say, hey, this is also our station too. And so can Russia and whoever has the capability of getting up there. And that was seen so problematic that brakes were hit, and hard. Recently, at least Americans have been kind of ignoring this agreement and saying we have our own rules now, and that's how they've been justifying their most recent escapades with private sector. So they're trying to kind of go around those rules. Is there anything like this going on here in EU, and what do you in general think about this agreement? Maybe there has happened something that changed it already.
Okay, that was a question. Do we have any comments there on that one? No, not yet. Rita. No, okay. Okay, another question, another comment.
Yeah. Okay, Margarita West from VAMC, Vaasa University of Applied Sciences, but before I've been working a long time at the regional level state authority, Avi and Ely. But anyway, so I fully agree what you said about the permits. So when I started at Avi 2010, we have the same problem as we're speaking now. They are too long this time. The permit, the processes. And but to Matthias, one maybe tips. While I was working at the regional state office, so at Avi, it's called in Finland. So the windmills were and the wind, they were just coming up 2010 and further. They were coming more and more and more. And we have a lot of people who were against it, as you said here. So we created a kind of, it was a wind power network that we have all the authorities and researchers and the people who were against. We were sitting in the same room, in the same bubble. And I think it was the only way to discuss it openly after all those threats, what the people were thinking that can cause to the environment or whatever. It was the noise and it was different things. And I think it could be one possibility that you just take those people to try to fix a kind of network. So that could be one solution. They are not here.
Can I comment? Yes, thank you. And thank you, Malla. That was an excellent idea, and I'm of the same opinion. That's why we also want to have transparency in the process now, and that's why we also initiated this environmental study within the project, because I think that if you sit down together around the same table and discuss these things, as Esa also said, there is no concrete suggestions on what should be the problem, but it's only on an overview level when people, promoting higher protection of the area is talking. So I would also like to hear what are the concrete threats. And as Axel said yesterday also when we had the steering group committee, there can also be compensation measures within mega projects like this. If you threat something that is worth protecting, in one way you can shift and do some, even improve the situation for a species or whatever in these kinds of processes. But that's actually a good idea, Malla. I think that would be a way forward, because if people have more knowledge, it's easier to not be against or be even more against. But that's up to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions? Anders, you mentioned the actual need and the demand. How do you see the civil society and their role, grassroots and so on? You mentioned the demand for the need. Yes.
Sorry, I was muted.
Yes.
Now I hope you can hear my voice. When I talked about need, I was thinking, need in terms of, for example, from a transportation point of view. What is the transportation need? What are the volumes going over across the straits, of the Quakensat Straits? So that is a need. So what are the needs of businesses? How would it impact on their logistic costs, for example? That is something that Mr. Eranti and Talvitie highlighted in their presentation 2 years ago in this same forum, the logistic costs for our export industry. What is their need in decreasing logistic costs? So I think that is what we need to look at from a sort of societal point of view. What does society need and how would the fixed link benefit from that?
Thank you. And if there are no more comments or questions, a big thank you, Anders. Have a nice
Thank you for
weekend.
the opportunity
Thank
of
you.
arranging
Bye-bye.
virtual link. Thank you, and have a nice weekend, everyone.
Thank you. And thank
Thank
you,
you.
Esa.
Bye.
And now we have the man behind Vaasa Future Festival. New industrial policy and increased awareness of future development potential. Sture Udd.
The bridge has to be completed 2035 or 2040. It is not a question, maybe, possible. It has to be there. I will tell you the reasons now. This might be a soft landing to this issue. We need, of course, statistics, for sure. But what we are totally lacking is knowledge about the reality after 15 years. That is what is now needed. We need to set what reality should we create in these 15 years till it's ready. And in what reality is the world after 15 years? So, when you see a guy like Blair talking like this, then you should automatically start to think about Quakenlink. Are you doing it? Most people doesn't. Even if you have gone high school, you do not connect these things with a Quakenlink. How comes? Because, as Eranti said, in Europe, we have not developed anything in the last 50 years, and we still don't want to develop. We want everything to stay as it is, and base our decisions on as it is. Totally wrong. Totally wrong. Fully wrong. If we want to support democracy, rule of law, market economy. Fully wrong. Because when this guy tells you these kind of things, what does it mean for the world? The next. This is a map which we all have been looking at since we were 7 years old in school. It gives you a wrong picture of reality. It gives you a picture where Europe is in center of the world. That's not anymore the reality. Europe is only 16% of all business in the world. 17%. It's nothing. And not growing. Paris is not the big next step for us. London is not the big new issue for anybody in the world. It's stable, it's nice. But if you start to look on the globe, what means the statement of Blair? It means that for Japan to transport goods to US, Brazil, or EU, Nordic is the center place. Nordic is the shortest route. Not the colonial routes, which were established 300 years ago. Japan has to go a long way and then reorganize and retransport. We are still living in a colonial world when we are talking about logistics. So when you listen to Blair, you have to understand he's talking about the whole industrial process. Whole logistics will transform. We see the same. For India, no sense to use the old colonial routes. No sense. No sense. They will save 50% if those routes are changed. China, Brazil, The shortest route from Nordic countries to California is not to transport something to Hamburg, Amsterdam, London, and then go to New York and then go by train to California. The shortest route is to go straight from Mo i Rana to California. You save 50% of the time and you save 50% of the costs. You just take a globe and start to think what is the reality. So what we need is people who understand the reality and not looking at figures from the past, from the colonial time, so to say. Next. What is de facto happening? I am sure this is the reality 2040. It doesn't matter if Putin is there now or not. If this is not happening, Europe is over even more. What is de facto happening? Take India, the growing superpower. They are not planning. They already started to build a new route to Europe. All these areas, they don't go through the Suez Channel. It's already there. Those who are now thinking about the connection, Quakensat, has to understand what is the reality of the world of logistics and understand where it will be after 15, 20 years. Not to speak about China. We need the connections to Indonesia. We need the connections to Vietnam. We need all these new routes. And de facto, this huge change of logistics has to be calculated in the reality for anything which has to be reality after 15, 20 years. Now, this is part of the story, and we do have companies who already know this. Nurminen Logistics is one of them. Already now knows that the existing reality is not there anymore, and new routes has to be established. Where happened to be that the Nordic gateway is more central and important than Amsterdam, even London. Then, we have a totally other issue which is highly connected to this basic fundamental understanding of future. We have been happily, let's say, accepted by God to be the center of a Nordic battery belt, a new center of modern export industry in the whole world. But we have not only the possibility, we have also the responsibility to be a center for modern export industry in Europe, the new Ruhr area of Europe. Why? Those who are thinking about this bridge has to understand that Southern Europe will not be anything in the coming 10, 20 years, only bringing problems. Eastern part of Europe, exactly the same. They are democrats as long as they get money from us. When they don't get money from us, they don't care. Sorry. Those who are thinking on the bridge has to understand what is reality and not thinking on figures from the past. Hello. So we have all the possibility, like happened 2,000 years ago, when the Roman Empire was destroyed, all the businesses stopped in the Medelhavet. What is that in English? Mediterranean. Now it's the same. All the business is stopping there. All the great world business is turning up north. And those who don't understand this are born last century and should stay there. But they shouldn't decide on what should be done after 15 years. You follow me? And this is, of course, not the full story. It's even more. We know that when you calculate the bridge or the connections, we should think about in a modern way, like with the boat. It was not created by Silja Line. Not by those who were calculating ticket sales. They couldn't get it. Or calculating transport kilograms. What was the key solution? Innovation value. The most innovative ferry in the world for such kind of purpose. Now these drawings are sold and produced 9 times. 9 new boats has been sold before even the first ticket was sold to the first boat. These 9 new boats has produced 1.5 billion euro. The tickets will never bring in 1.5 billion euro. So those who are in that old economical context are out from the future. So what we need to calculate, for example, not only the bridge, of course we connect and has to connect the energy sector in Finland and Sweden as well at the same time. What does it bring? If we do that, offshore wind energy parks price level decrease 30–40%. About 3 billion euro. That has to be calculated. And when we integrate that and combine it with the hydrogen power line, what happens? All environmental considerations, negative such, will be so small compared to the positive environmental impacts. We will save the world because the big export industry can have net zero energy here. That positive impact is 100 times more than all that blah blah of negative impacts. So those who are calculating this has to understand the reality, not the fantasy of the past, right? Not only this. Yesterday we announced the idea to start to grow, let the Kvarken University idea grow. The bridge is perfect for this mental stimulus we need for the big new export industry. You know, modern export industry is based on data. They don't need lectures about you need data. They know it and they need data and they buy it. This export industry, you don't need to teach them about services. They live on services. You don't need to artificially have seminars about services. Modern export industry is living on services, and they buy knowledge about it, and they need a high-level academic understanding and contribution to this competition in the world. So when we talk about Kvarken Bridge, we need to talk about the value of the soft industry around it, which it creates, without any doubt. We need, so to say, forget those who are talking about the price. We need those who are talking about the value. Thank you.
Thank you, Sture. Det var ord och inga visor. I'm quite speechless. Sture, you talked about the responsibility. How would you see that the next step would be regarding to responsibility for the future development? Where is the responsibility today?
I think it's very easy. It's in Kvarken EGTC. If they don't take it, we should fuck them.
Comment on that one, Mattias Lindström.
Looking forward to hear your comment.
Yeah, we do not want to be that what Sture suggested. But yes, I totally agree with Sture, and I think it's absolutely refreshing always to listen to Sture. And I think he pointed out the obvious, that we should not focus on the price, but the value it adds. And if we can, convince not only the public but also the decision makers that this will add more value to the development, not only for our region, but for the world, and for as Sture said, we can be participants in saving the world with enlarging the region over the Kvarken Strait. I think it will be a non-brainer. So that has to be the approach that we have to bear in mind when we continue forward in process. As we know, this will not happen overnight. But if we have the right attitude from the beginning, if this is the starting point, that we don't focus on price, we don't focus on details, we focus on the big pictures, as Sture said with the ferry. I remember when Sture contacted me many years ago, and I just started at the Kvarken Council and got a lecture about the world from Sture, which was very, 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 a dramatic happening, but I learned a lot from it. And we made together a study on the future. I don't remember the name of it, but Sture was the author of it. And when we published that one, everybody laughed at it. But now if you look at the study we made and the position paper, if you can call it that, almost everything has been fulfilled, and that's only in 10 years. And now if we speed up this process, I think we can go even faster forward, and we have to go faster forward. So thank you, Sture, for these refreshing remarks, and I think we will have this approach when continuing forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. Other comments from the audience? No? Yes, of course.
On the list of the issues which has to be estimated, not on price, but on value, is also security. We went through it yesterday. I just want to those who were not attending yesterday. The value of the security issue, not because of war, but because of all other issues which might happen and probably even will happen. This is the only way to solve the Nordic security. And Nordic security, from point of view of value, not price, is the only way also to secure Europe, because Europe is disintegrating at the moment, and we need to stabilize that disintegration. And that is the value of the security of this, and that has to be estimated. And I'm happy that we have guests from Helsinki who says this is a fair concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sture. And what you did right now during your speech was to create the story for the future. And that's an important thing too, to remember that the story has an importance. Thank you, Sture. Now, for our last speaker today, we are going to talk about university cooperation in Kvarken region, what can be done and what needs to be done. Welcome, Heidi Hansson, Umeå Universitet.
Thank you very much, Anna. And I'm totally overawed after this address by Sture. I don't think that I can ever live up to anything like that. I'm also completely envious of you who've gone before, because you had something concrete to talk about. Bridges and aircraft and all things. And I'm going to be very much not concrete. I'm going to problematize and I'm going to be difficult. And that's my prerogative as an academic, obviously. But I do want to say a few things about the societal relevance of knowledge and research. And I can't claim that I'm into innovation or research that makes products, because as in my background, I'm a professor of English literature, so you can see I don't make very many things. But in my role as Deputy Vice Chancellor of Umeå University, I very often encounter the question of the value of a university education. So I'd like to start with an image presented by the president of Tokyo University, Dr. Makoto Ganakami, a couple of years ago, under the heading, "The University as a Platform for Change," and we'll wait for the presentation to turn up. President Ganakami was then talking about a new inclusive society that he named Society 5.0. And this society was ushered in by the digital revolution, but surpassing it. Sorry. So taking a long historical view, we can see that from any point in the past, the notion of a social organization, of a new social organization, would have been unthinkable. This has obvious ramifications for the definition of what is useful knowledge, what is useful research at any given time, what provides value. In Society 1.0, the hunters and gatherers, then empirical research would have been central, because we need to know the world around us. We needed to know what kind of plants could be eaten and what kind of animals were dangerous, and we needed possibly some new tools to be able to hunt more efficiently. In the second social type, agriculture, farming methods would have been the focus of development and research. The third type of society was the industrial society. New products, better transport, more efficient factories. Social relevance would have been a matter of applied research and innovation. In the present digital society, artificial intelligence is the buzzword. Communication, robotics at the center, advances in technology and design have been seen as particularly valuable. So each historical period values knowledge according to its most pressing needs for survival and profit and or advancement. In all these previous societies, innovation and product development have been central, but the 5.0 society builds on a different kind of logic. As President Ganakami envisions it, it will be the outcome of a shared vision of the future that emerges from the Sustainable Development Goals identified by the United Nations. So it's a society that's not primarily intent on growing or creating higher profit, but it's characterized by a strong urge to solve social problems, especially among young people. Universities play a vital role in this development. The question is now if our present university organizations allow us to take this responsibility. And I would say that no, not if our university organizations build on competition, as they do most of the time. If the goal is an inclusive society characterized by interaction and collaboration, humanities and social sciences will become increasingly important. We'll need to provide education and knowledge that help people grow as responsible, humane citizens, and to provide an environment where young people can develop an ethical compass. And I think this is perfectly in line with the ideas behind Culture 3.0 that we discussed yesterday. Or, as Anders Ljunggård said a little bit earlier, we need to communicate the story. So the most important tasks today may be to encourage lifestyle changes and to understand why people's behavior doesn't change, despite everything we know about the impending threat to our future on Earth. This is a new way of looking at the value or the relevance of knowledge, where the rewards may not materialize immediately. Finland and Sweden have made remarkably fast transitions from agricultural societies to industrial and post-industrial ones. Another thing we have in common is the lived experience of being part of the region most susceptible to the effects of global warming. So as universities on either side of Kvarken, we should be well equipped to re-evaluate existing knowledge from the point of view of new perspectives and new developments, many of them to do with sustainability and humanity's long-time survival. We need to develop a new knowledge culture that's oriented towards rethinking ourselves, our roles, and our world. And we need to see the university's central role in this development. We represent specialized knowledge, specialist knowledge, and we mustn't abdicate from our roles as experts. This means that sometimes the goal may be to complicate problems that in other sections of society may be presented as easily solved. Universities are colossuses. We are very difficult to steer around. So there are a couple of challenges that we need to address. Now, the first one, we cannot view universities only as providers of an educated workforce, although that is very much also something that we do. But it's not only what we do. Employers need trained people to hire, preferably yesterday, given the present demographic in both our countries. But they are sometimes less inclined to see the relevance of education programs that look towards the future. Universities, on the other hand, need to prepare people for a job market that doesn't exist yet, and to be responsible citizens in a changing world. Lifelong learning, or as I believe it's called here in Finland, continuous education, where people can come back to universities for professional development or retraining, is one way forward. And here we could easily work together across Kvarken to provide a larger bank of available courses and programs. We see also more and more students opting for a general education that is afterwards complemented by on-the-job training. And in this respect, I think the universities lag behind. As education providers, we need to prepare people for taking in and adapting to new knowledge as well as produce it. Present organizations into subjects, disciplines, schools, faculties will become increasingly obsolete and will be replaced by interdisciplinary approaches to knowledge where academic experts from different fields work together with stakeholders outside the university in arenas like this festival. More and more people inside and outside the academic institutions are calling for a return to the idea of Bildung, an education that ensures that people have the tools to contextualize and evaluate new knowledge and interpret information. Joint seminars, conferences, symposia and courses that stimulate new ideas is one way forward. And why not start with a Kvarken seminar to discuss the competitive value of Bildung or the possibility of new strategies for higher education? We are large enough to provide a well-educated workforce for industrial needs, but we can do so much more. Challenge number 2, online education versus physical presence. We are sparsely populated regions, and we need higher education, but we also desperately need people. We cannot provide the workforce for our industrial and social needs, even if we train every available inhabitant in our respective regions. Here is another of the challenges I would like to point out. We have made a lot of progress when it comes to web-based education, especially in the last few years. But online courses do not attract young people to move to Vaasa or to Umeå if they can just as easily attend their university courses from home or choose any university in any place of the world. I want to make a plea for universities as meeting places, physical meeting places. We have a unique opportunity to create such meeting places across Kvarken, but then we also need to make sure that our campuses are buzzing. There needs to be activity, academic, cultural, and social activity. We need to build the universities as places together with building our cities as places. Otherwise, they aren't attractive to live in. As universities, we can attract young people to move here if we offer education, internships, and research opportunities that build on our unique strengths and unique position. So, challenge number 3, internationalization. Universities don't only need to provide, but also to create new knowledge. And this is an area, again, where we need each other to spark off ideas and conduct research together, to rethink what we already know. Our universities may be fairly large in terms of our national positions, but internationally we are quite small. And this, again, is why we need to do things together. To conduct truly groundbreaking research, we need to pool our resources and share competencies. There are several schemes for both students and teachers to spend time on the other side of Kvarken, but if we are honest, we don't use them as much as we could. We are more likely to look further abroad, and especially outside the Nordic region. In some of our evaluation systems, Finnish-Swedish collaboration doesn't even count as internationalization. This needs to change, and we need to work together to show the potential of long-time bilateral collaboration. Bilateral mobility between our universities should be the rule, not the exception. And this needs ecosystems around it to make it easy. To make travel easy, to make housing easy, to make it easy just to transfer credits across borders. We have most of those systems in place already, but we don't use them because we are heading towards an idea that internationalization does not include bilateral collaboration. Challenge number 4, commercialization versus knowledge production. The idea that the most valuable research is the kind that leads to innovation and product development is still very strong. Use value is often quantified as the commercialization potential of various scientific findings. But if we are indeed heading towards a new, more inclusive social organization, this is too limited. We need to create arenas for collaborative knowledge production. We need to develop models where engaged scholarship can work together with an engaged citizenship for a better future. As universities on either side of Kvarken, we should be better equipped than most to achieve this change. We have long and strong traditions and experience of democracy and equality. We have a generally well-educated population. We are highly technologically developed, and most of all, we have a history of collaboration between our countries that could be and should be revitalized, where we can draw on the strengths of being sufficiently alike and sufficiently different to achieve a dynamic mix. So, the answer to the questions that I posed at the beginning is really, we have to make it easy to create knowledge together. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. That was very, very interesting. I've been also a part of university projects between UML and Åbo Akademi in the past, and I also seen the big demand from the students to be a part of something else, to be a part of a bigger unity between the universities. How do you see the demand from the students? Or are they interested in, the Kvarken University? Thought of that one?
I think young students are interested in the possibility to move across the Baltic to the other side to see what is life like there, what is a university place like there. I don't think young people are especially interested in online education, but I think that people who are already established might be very interested in also the widening opportunities for online training. But when it comes to young people, yes, I think that we have an interest, but it used to be higher. When I was a student myself, we used to have a significant group of Finnish students at Umeå University. That's not as big today, although Finnish students are still the largest group of our international students, barring Germans.
Do we have any questions or comments? Matthias and then Mats.
Yes, shortly. Thank you, Heidi, for a very interesting presentation, and I'm happy to see that you're also on the same page with me that we should increase the bilateral cooperation between Finland and Sweden. But I think it's also a question of how to say visible, to be visible, because as was it Jukki who said a couple of days ago when he was graduating from secondary school, he was not aware of the possibilities that we had actually in the region, and we should do something about to create some kind of platform in relation to the Kvarken University to gather all the education opportunities that we actually have in the region, so it would be easily accessible for students to gain information and also promote this in the schools before they graduate, so that they are aware of that these are possible to do in the region, and also get in the education in the region, and in that way also promote for people to stay and also come back to the region after they have been educated in order to secure enough people for the industry establishment that we have going on.
I think we aren't good enough when it comes to telling the story. Because we have so many opportunities in place. We have Erasmus schemes, we have Nord Plus, we have a number of other financing opportunities, but we don't tell the story.
Mats Brandt.
Well, thank you also on my behalf. I place a great value on your talk today. Whether we're crossing the Kvarken by airplane, by ferry or by bridge, the main point is the flow of a Kvarken, of people, goods, but also brains and ideas. And I warmly welcome your concrete suggestion that you made in the beginning of the university, sitting down to point out the critical mass that my colleague Mattias Lindström here talked about. So I think that was a really good idea. And I would like to present also the following ambitious context that is actually going to unfold in Finland during the following years, because Finland has set a very ambitious target of raising R&D up to 4% of GDP. And it's really important for our region, Ostrobothnia, to maintain its top position in this regard. We already put 3.3% of regional GDP on research and development, and we need to actually increase these resources in a very short time frame. So the Finnish target is to be achieved by 2030, but in Ostrobothnia we say we want to reach the 4% target by 25. So all your suggestions and ideas on how we perform this scale up here in Ostrobothnia region are most welcome. So I'm looking forward to increased cooperation between the universities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mats. Malla.
Thank you very much. I'm as I said, from the University of Applied Sciences, but also worked for a university for 14 years and now very active, involved also at the University of Vaasa and the development of that in many ways. But one thing is what Mats was actually saying is this research, development and innovation activities, but also that we could attract these smart young people to the region from abroad, so that the Kvarken University's possibilities, so I think it could increase also amount the international students coming here. If we market it right, we have the good story, because we are sitting on the, we have all the possibilities here. We have energy education, energy is the big thing, but we have also other branches which are very attractive. So I think that we have only possibilities, and the time slot is now. I think we have been waiting for this so long as I have been in Vaasa. We have been thinking about it. It's over 30 years and discussing about this. And we have a lot of cooperation, but to do it more real. So thank you for this. It was really nice to hear all what you were saying.
Can I just say that when it comes to attracting students and staff for that matter, in Sweden it is much easier, or at Umeå, it's much easier to get somebody from abroad than to get somebody from south of Sweden.
It's a good point. So when you look at the last, okay, there we had a comment.
Thank you very much on very interesting and excellent ideas here. My name is Heidi Kuusmi. I'm from the University of Vaasa. I fully support this. The Swedish-Finnish collaboration is excellent, and it's the uniqueness that we have here. And one of these new branches and one concrete example of this Kvarken collaboration is, of course, now in the afternoon when we have the Kvarken Space Center Space Saturday, and really concrete, we have a joint satellite coming up. So looking forward to that, and hopefully we can discuss this more. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions to Heidi? No. So as the last question, I get the last question. When you see the platform for collaboration and cooperation in the future between the universities and joint Kvarken University, what would be the next step? You talked about also creating a story.
Yeah, I think we need to create a story that links the universities, that says that if you come to this region, you can combine courses, education opportunities, research opportunities between the universities. You have a much larger bank of opportunities if you come to us than if you come to anywhere else, because we can also offer the differing perspectives that a university education in our respective countries can give. So I think we need to build up the story, and I think we also need to just start to meet, and I believe in meeting physically. On site or on the ferry, but at least meet. I think that's the next step.
Meet up, that's the next step. Thank you very much, Heidi. Thank you. And we are running out of time. Thank you very much for today's session. Don't have any other questions or comments or something from Kvarkenrådet?
I could just shortly, on behalf of the Council, thank everybody who has been participating in this seminar, and also all the speakers. It's a pleasure to have you here. It's also very challenging always to arrange this on Saturdays after a long week of interesting seminars and high-level participants all the week. And thanks also to Sture for organizing this. I know he's running around here somewhere. But it has been a great day, and I think we have got a lot of thoughts for the future and a lot of hands-on also suggestions on what to do within the Kvarken councils. And I think the interest for the Nordic cooperation has been increasing in our region for the last 10 years heavily, and with the situation we have now, it will increase even more. So we are very lucky that we actually have this structure already in place. I don't remember who said it, that it would have been much harder to start cooperation, Nordic cooperation and bilateral cooperation from zero, but we have actually been doing this for 50 years, and we have one of the strongest platform also for cooperation in this region since we formed this European Grouping for Territorial Cooperation, that gives us all also better opportunities to find financing solution for different kinds of cooperation initiatives. So thank you all, and we have a great future ahead of us, and we will work together also in the future, even on a more hands-on basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. I will remind you about the exhibition I talked about before the break. It's located on the other side of the road. It's not next door, as I said, but please visit that exhibition too after we are finished here. On behalf of Kvarkenradet Council, I will say thank you. Thank you to the audience, and thank you to those who are watching online. I watched myself online yesterday. That worked fine too, but it's something else to be here, of course, to meet everybody here and have this discussion we had today. So thank you very much. Have a great weekend, a great Saturday, and let's meet up next year. Thank you.
Okay, let's start. A warm welcome everyone here at the Vaasa Innovation Center to the Vaasa Future Festival Space Saturday 2022, and also warmly welcome to everyone online. My name is Heidi Kuusniemi. I'm from the University of Vaasa, and I'm leading this Finnish-Swedish collaboration project EU Interreg Kvarken Space Economy, or in short Kvarken Space Center, and we are very happy to present our results to you here today. And here you can see the program of this afternoon session. So we will start with my colleague Kendall Rutledge to present to you what is the Kvarken Space Center, what are our goals, what are our accomplishments so far. And then we will go to our Quakensat satellite in a little bit more detail. After that, we will focus on the innovation ecosystem for space economy in the Vaasa region in particular. And then we will go to what can we do with space-based data for economic forecasting. And the last part of our Space Saturday focuses on incubation activities for businesses and startups from the European Space Agency in Finland, and what that will also mean next year for the west coast of Finland. Simultaneously, as we talk about our center activities, we have here upstairs also the Kids Satellite Crafts workshop, where the kids are making satellites as we speak. Okay, so first we will tell you what is the Kvarken Space Center. So it is a competence center in the Kvarken region that focuses on space economy and its boosting. We are a Finnish-Swedish EU Interreg Botnia Atlantica project in the Kvarken region. So Kvarken is here, as you can see, the region in the Baltic Sea between Österbotten and Västerbotten. And here in the Kvarken Space Center, we promote satellite technologies and their applications in various forms. We highlight the role of them in the digital infrastructure of today, and especially how they can benefit the Kvarken region. We have 10 project consortium members from Finland and Sweden. Here in Vaasa, we have University of Vaasa. We have also Novia University of Applied Sciences. Then we have Muova at Vaasa, University of Applied Sciences. Then we have Åbo Academy University and Hanken School of Economics. Then in Umeå, we have Umeå University, and then the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. Then we also have Luleå University of Technology involved, and then the Swedish Institute of Space Physics involved, and then we also have Aalto University from Helsinki region supporting us. And the space data that we focus on in our project is multifaceted. So we focus on satellite data, so the space data that satellites provide. So we focus on the near Earth data that we can get from the observations that satellites are making. So that is and includes satellite positioning data from global navigation satellite systems such as the European Galileo, or then the GPS position, navigation, and also accurate timing. For example, electricity grids time synchronization or banking time synchronization. Then satellite remote sensing is the other form of data that we focus on and its applications. We can measure the atmosphere, we can observe the Earth, monitor that, and look at the water, its quality, and so on. And then the third type of data is satellite communications data. So TV and internet included, data transfer. And the focus that we have is on especially the new space economy, so the transformation that is going on and the growth in the space sector, going from the old space with large governmental investments and missions to these new space actors, small satellites, and all the various applications that they provide. Including, as one example, an excellent new space company, the Finnish ICEYE, that is very successful with its radar satellites and applications. So the goals that we have had in this project And the project, by the way, is ending in the end of October this year, and then we have been leading it for 3 years altogether. So we are fostering the change in the region. Long-term space-based data utilization in the Kvarken region. We have developed the local expertise. We have made cooperation networks both here locally, in the Kvarken region, in Finnish-Swedish collaboration, and then globally also. We have provided now during the project, industry support that will have a more long-lasting effect. And we have had various demonstrations that you will hear more about here today in the Space Saturday. You will hear about our data portal. You will hear about our Quakensat CubeSat mission, which is over here, by the way. So you will have a very detailed presentation what it will include. Then we have the ground station at the University of Vaasa, a rooftop here in Vaasa. And then we have had various business development workshops and seminars, webinars, hackathons that are continuing now also after the project ends. And now I hand over the word to my colleague, Kendall.
Okay, now I got it. Hello, thank you, Heidi. So one of our main demonstration components in the project is this cube satellite, and it will be discussed later in full, but I take a moment just to talk about some components of the cube satellite. It has things that it can do. It has certain payloads, is what we say, that we've worked with the different universities, with VTT, with Aalto, with Aurora Propulsion System and Aurora Propulsion Technologies, and then also GOM Space. So we will be able to have a hyperspectral imager that does a nice imaging with many different spectra. There are lots of things you can do with it. We don't have time to discuss it. Marine AIS, it's an automated identification system, and this tells you exactly where all commercial ships are and where they're heading, and actually you can learn where they've been. It's very interesting. It's being developed at Aalto. This is an experimental propulsion system that's being developed by this company, Aurora Propulsion. They will be doing testing. It's difficult to test things that are going on without gravity when you are in gravity, so they use our cube satellite to do some testing. And then finally, there's a GNSS receiver that will be collecting some of the highest, it's the newest technology receiver for navigation type of information. And we will have like complete access to this data using this platform, okay? We have to talk to this cube satellite, and the University of Vaasa has already implemented a stage 1 ground station to do communications with the cube satellite, and we are in the process of developing stage 2, where we have bidirectional communication. So we send it commands and tell it to send us back information. So we tell it to use this payload, take some data, bring it back, tell it to use another payload, and so forth. And this way we have complete control of the system. Another aspect in our project is to give data, provide a type of data, and the remote sensing data, and we've implemented a portal. It's difficult to explain it with a single slide or so, but we think this is different because it gives access to data, but more importantly to tutorials on how to use that data. If you'll notice up here, this is one way to look at our database behind the portal, and you can see that tutorials and education, we have almost more there than we do actual data links. So it's a unique opportunity to learn and get access to data, and this is our main goal, I think. A component is business, a business studying the business ecosystem environment here, and this is something that will be talked about later by Jari. And I'm supposed to make mention of these bottom two in particular. So that he has done many things. The group working with him have done many things with interacting with local companies and the university students. But he, in a way, he's going to talk more about this Energy Week seminar that's coming up, and also the International Space Apps program that's by NASA. I am supposed to tell about several education programs with children. Some have been going on here, some have been going on at schools, some are going on upstairs, and the children are learning about, at different ages, they're learning about space and some of the things that our project is working with. And quickly, we're going to show a video. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do I advance?
This is Earth, our planet. Here we have Scandinavia and Finland, and this is Kvarken, or Merenkurku in Finnish. It is a very narrow part of the Gulf of Bothnia between Finland and Sweden, so narrow that it is sometimes referred to as a strait. These images are from the Earth observation satellites, but soon a satellite from this region can take these kinds of photos as well. Quakensat is a nanosatellite, a 2-unit CubeSat, about 20 centimeters high and 10 centimeters wide. It has a camera that can take images of the delicate and unique environment of the Kvarken area from space on several wavelengths. The AIS, or the Automatic Identification System, is used for tracking ships, like the ships connecting both sides of the strait, Vaasa in Finland and Umeå in Sweden. A small package of miniaturized attitude control rockets helps point the camera in the desired direction. The satellite has the GNSS receiver for determining the exact position, with the signals coming from the navigation satellite systems like GPS and Galileo. In total, combined with the rest systems, solar panels, batteries, computers, radios, antennas, and so on, the satellite weighs approximately 2 kilograms. The main purpose of the satellite remains here on Earth. It is the first concrete product of the Finnish-Swedish collaboration project that tries to spark a new space economy in the Kvarken region. The project is run by 10 partners. The University of Vaasa as lead partner, in close cooperation with Novia University of Applied Sciences, Design Center Muava at Vaasa University of Applied Sciences, Honken School of Economics, Åbo Academy University, Aalto University, Umeå University, Luleå University of Technology, as well as the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences and the Swedish Institute of Space Physics. The project is also funded by the EU Interreg Botnia Atlantica program, the Council of Ostrobothnia, and the Council of Västerbotten. As long as everything goes as planned, the Quakensat will be launched to space in early 2023.
And yes, and so we have a summary of and getting access to many of these components that I've talked about at our webpage here, please contact us if you have interest. I hand over now for the next presentation about the Quakensat satellite mission to Jaakko and Kanan. Kanan and Jaakko, okay? You will take this. And here, I think you just go.
Okay, so hello everyone and welcome to the Vaasa Future Festival Space Saturday session. And my name is Kannan. I'm a project researcher at the University of Vaasa. And today, along with my colleague Jaakko, a project researcher at the University of Vaasa, we will present on the wonderful satellite mission of the Kvarken region called the Quakensat. And it is funded by the EU Interreg Botnia Atlantica program. So we will go through the project plan, the mission objectives, the phases of the mission, the configuration of the Quakensat satellite, and then the subsystems and the payload. So the project core technical work package, is the work package 3, which is led by the Luleå University of Technology, and the other members includes the Aalto University, University of Vaasa, and then the Swedish Institute of Space Physics, then Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, and Novia. So these organizations work in these different areas, such as the satellite platform, ground station, the different payloads. So some of the major milestones that we have achieved is the requirements review, like so what are the different candidates, subsystems do we need in earlier 2020, then followed by the preliminary design review and the frozen design submission in 2021, and then in 2022 we have ordered some of the components, and then like the critical design review where we finalize like the components and the payloads. And now we are in the phase of assembly and testing, which will take place until like the end of the 2022, and we'll have the flight readiness by early 2023. So the mission objective is to design, build, test, and operate a CubeSat satellite, demonstrating the regional competence and establishing a long-term presence of space activities in the Kvarken region. So the educational objectives is to advance the competence of the development team and involve parties to design and operate the nanosatellites and ground station, and to provide hand-on experience for the students through like Flyer satellites, NASA Space Apps Challenge, and so on. So the outreach objective is to spread awareness and display the capabilities of the Kvarken Space Center, aiming to boost the space-based activities and innovation in the Kvarken region, and to provide the local citizens the experience of the design, implementation, and operations of the CubeSat. The technical objective is, like, with the help of the cubic inch camera, we will provide the hyperspectral images and of the Kvarken region and other region of interest, which will provide the features of the land and sea. And then like we will demonstrate and characterize the in-orbit performance of this propulsion system for spacecraft maneuvering, and then to perform the in-orbit demonstration of the AIS receiver, which is built by Aalto University for sea vessel tracking, and to provide the satellite navigation data from the GNSS receiver. So the different phases of the mission includes the launch and early operations phase, and then the science phase, and then the deorbiting phase. So in the launch and early operations phase, it's crucial to get the satellite to the nominal state once it's released from the space vehicle. So we will have then the antenna deployment, followed by the beacon tracking. The ground station operations team will track the telemetry beacons, and then followed by the satellite identification, where this is provided by the two-line element, or like the launch provider will provide us with the accurate state vector of the satellites. And from that, we will communicate with the satellites by downlinking the telemetry data, like extensive data, and through which we will know about the health of the satellite, how it operates, and then followed by the detumbling through the use of the attitude determination and control system to bring it to the nominal state. And then we will perform like the different functional tests for the subsystems and the payloads. Then in the science mission, this is the main core of the overall satellite mission. So there we will have like a rolling schedule of operating the different payloads and like checking through the subsystems and so on, and collecting data and downlinking them and like providing them through the portal that has been developed. And in the deorbiting phase, like we will have the propulsion system activated, the thruster, like so that we will deorbit, and at the same time we'll have this digi repeater in the satellite, where then the hobbyists, like the radio amateurs, can then use the satellite for communicating their system. And the trajectory, so here we have the satellite, we will have the satellite at around like 500 kilometers in the sun synchronous orbit, and we can see the satellite view for the Quakensat from the ground station, and we'll have around like 6 passes for 6 minutes to 10 minutes on average per passes. So the Quakensat configuration, like the size, when you look at it, it's more to the size of the milk carton or the juice. So the next time when you think about buying one, then you'll think about the Quakensat satellite. I hope so. And it's less than 25 centimeter high, and it has the standard 10 by 10 centimeter base, and it weighs less than 2.6 kilogram. And here we have the different payloads, the GNSS receiver, the cubic inch spectral imager, and the AIS receiver and propulsion systems. And Jaakko will take us more in detail about these different payloads. And here we have like the other subsystems that will help apart from the payloads, such as the attitude control system, then the battery pack, power control unit, solar panels, motherboard, onboard computers, transceivers from GOM Space, and then the antenna, CubeSat antenna from ISIS. And here we have the 3D stacked view, and where you can see the GNSS patch antenna, the propulsion system, and different subsystems and the payloads. And one of the biggest challenges is that to have these two attitude systems like this Aurora propulsion and the other ADCS on different sides, and also the other larger system is the motherboard and the battery pack. And this is the mass budget for the different subsystems and components and payloads, and it follows the standard mass that limits for the 2-unit CubeSat standard. So now I will hand over to Jaakko. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanan. My name is Jaakko Yliaho, and I will tell you about the subsystems and payloads of the Quakensat satellite. it's constructed from an aluminum alloy structure in a standard CubeSat 2-unit standard. As mentioned, it's 10 by 10 centimeters wide and about 20 centimeters high. The satellite will be powered by solar panels. There will be 4 of these kind of panels on each side, and the Z-axis will contain the antennas and the camera, so there will be no solar panels on the top and bottom of the satellite. And the peak power generated by the solar panels is about 5 watts, and that is used to operate the payloads and to charge the batteries. And solar electricity is stored in lithium-ion batteries that will help to operate the satellite while it's on the dark side of the Earth, while it's rotating on the orbit. And the power will be distributed to different subsystems and payloads using the GomSpace PCU. The heart of the satellite is the motherboard, where all the subsystems and payload are connected to, and the brains will be the Nanomind onboard computer module also from GomSpace. And quite many of these components are chosen to be from a common components, so-called off-the-shelf, that can be purchased for a CubeSat mission. The subsystems and payloads will be connected to the onboard computer using different communication buses, and the buses are chosen according to the interfaces available on the payloads, and also by the function of the system or the subsystem. This attitude determination and control system will help to adjust the orientation and attitude of the satellite on orbit, and when it's released from the space vehicle or the rocket, putting it to the orbit, it might tumble a lot or just a little, but these reactional wheels that have a mass can be used to counter rotate or to generate a torque to balance the system. And there's also a magnetorg kind of system to get force against a magnetic field of the Earth. And this system will also have the sensors helping to point the satellite towards Earth, and GNSS antenna on top of the satellite towards the navigational satellites that are on a higher orbit. And this attitude control and determination system will have a gyroscopic sensors, a magnetometer to measure the Earth's magnetic field, a coarse sun sensors, and a nadir sensor that will help to point the bottom of the satellite exactly towards Earth, so the camera, the hyperspectral camera, can be operated. The satellite will communicate with the ground station using a UHF band radio, and on the right side of the picture there's a 2 dipole antenna structure, which one dipole is used for the UHF ground station communication, and the other dipole is used for VHF reception, the AIS vessel tracking message reception. And just to get some idea of the data amounts and bandwidth we have to the satellite, it's not huge in this age of YouTube videos and things like that. So we are collecting data in the orders of megabytes and downlinking to the Earth, but it will still take quite some time because the visibility of the satellite to our ground station is only 6 to 10 minutes at a time, and so it will require multiple passes over our ground station to downlink megabytes of data. So for example, this 15 passes, it will take about 1 day to complete. And 4 different payloads on the satellite is this VTT-built hyperspectral cubic inch camera. There's a size demonstration on the picture. So it's, as the name suggests, it's a cubic inch. The size of the camera is about that, and it can take pictures in wider wavelength air or space compared to this visible light wavelengths. So it can see the near infrared spectrum, for example, and this can be used to monitor vegetation, for example, forest health. And this payload is built by the VTT. And this was also mentioned before, the water-based propulsion system built by the Finnish-based Aurora Propulsion Technologies company, and they will test within our Quakensat the functionality of their water propulsion system that can be used to maneuver the satellite in a similar way that the ADCS system does with the reactional wheels or the magnetorgers, but this propulsion system will use water that will be ejected from the payload to do or to generate the force needed to operate the satellite. And it can also be used to deaccelerate the satellite at the end of its life, and when it's deaccelerated, it will start losing its height and burn faster in the Earth's atmosphere when it becomes obsolete, so it's not left in the orbit as a space debris. The navigational receiver will receive the signals from Galileo and GPS systems, for example, to determine the location of the satellite and also to determine the exact orbit of the satellite. And this is one of our scientific goals, to be able to more accurately determine the exact orbit the satellite is rotating on, to be used, for example, on space imaging missions. And to verify this exact orbit determination, we are going to use the laser ranging instrument at Kirkkonummi that the FGI operates to have a second measurement of the same orbital information. And Aalto University has built a AIS vessel tracking receiver that can be used to receive the standardized VHF AIS messages that all the big commercial ships are sending at sea. And in contrast to the normal vessel VHF operation that is using kind of line of sight communication between ships, the satellite is flying so high that it will have line of sight reception from the ships from a very big area, and it can cover the entire Baltic area simultaneously. Thank you for your attention. I will now give to Heidi, maybe? Or?
Yes, except if there are any quick questions from the audience to Kannan and Jaakko. Yes.
Okay, please.
Hey, Maxim Korobkin from Vaasa University of Applied Sciences. I've been kind of wondering ever since this CubeSats came around that every time the deorbiting happens, the purpose of that is just to burn the satellite. Why not collect it for, you know, further studies? Is it just the weight limit that is limiting you from building the protective structures that it would survive re-entry and maybe recollection?
Yes. Well, the CubeSat basic idea is to try to build the satellites very light and with cheap components, in contrast to the radiation hardened structure and components. So this is one of the main things that, of course, we are not aiming to deorbit the satellite very quickly if it continues to operate as it's supposed to be, so we can continue operating it longer also, but eventually the electronics will fail, and also the batteries will deplete from or age, so that they will stop providing enough power at some point.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kannan and Jaakko.
Thank you.
And then we will move on to our next presentation. Jari, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello everyone. So continuing with the same project, of course. So one of our work packages was tasked to establish a new space innovation ecosystem around the project area, and especially progress and develop the Kvarken region overreaching collaboration with Sweden. Mainly, this is of course a local, regional endeavor to make. It is still extremely emerging ecosystem, and usually it takes quite a lot of time to establish, start and run a successful ecosystem. But the space industry or the space domain does have a high potential. So maybe with these words, So the hub is mainly directed to build, or the ecosystem is a hub for collaboration together and with an aim to global markets. So not just to provide new products or services into the project area, but how can we develop new business opportunities and see the value of providing those outside as exports. So the Kvarken Space Center, we have built an interface for cross-border activities and hopefully shared capabilities. If we consider ourselves as single actors, there's not that much we can do within a single city, but of course with combining the capabilities, skills and infrastructure we have available in the project consortium and in the regional areas taking part, there is a lot more that we can just do by ourselves. And of course, for an ecosystem to be interesting, it should also be attractive to get new partners, attract new funding, and build new business opportunities and collaboration. Maybe, I guess all of these were already mentioned, I'll just skip ahead. So the idea is not just to build an academic adventure or ecosystem around academia and schools, but to try to include all the triple helix actors or a pentagon type of network, so that it would also get the startup community, the academics, industry, capital, and governmental actors involved as well. We've been hosting some interviews, workshops, different types of events where we try and interact with all the different actors and different stakeholders. And this is kind of like a single view on the topics or substance matter aspects that keep coming up when we discuss with companies or with other actors. So definitely there is a lot of potential with the new space in many different domains. Especially if we take a look at the Vaasa area, we can identify logistics, maritime, energy cluster, even forestry and agriculture and manufacturing industries, which might quite easily benefit from adopting new ways of working, either into their own processes or then to bring about new products or services into the market. So there are quite many entry points into the innovation ecosystem in Vaasa. So the infrastructure has been developing during the project period, and of course we have plans to further it with a set of projects and development initiatives in the future as well. We've had these business development workshops, hackathon type of events, and other ways that we collaborate with businesses especially. And what else? Maybe I can lift the business incubation as one specific task that I've been doing personally. So we already have an established track record of supporting or facilitating the establishment of new space industry startups. So within the project period, we already have 3 or 4 companies. I think 3 established companies and 1 is still in the pipeline, and they all have to do mainly with the downstream aspect of new space, meaning building products from data and providing that into like data products or services. Upcoming events, we have the NASA's International Space Apps Challenge, which is a global hackathon coming up in early October. That's quite quickly. This is basically an open event, low barrier event for different levels of skills. So we don't expect specific understanding or capabilities or skills within the space domain, but it's an event to try and boost the collaboration and inclusivity of the people in the project area to come and take maybe the first contact with the space industry or topic of space. Then the second one we have upcoming is a business development workshop aimed for the energy industry. So we have, how should it be called, a process on how to try and capitalize these quick events into something tangible and try to find suitable companies to come together and co-design, co-create new ideas for business. If you want, you are welcome to go to our LinkedIn page, which at the moment acts as the hub or the connection point into the ecosystem. It provides up-to-date info on our activities, and of course you are welcome to start discussion and utilize that as a platform to connect to people and companies which are interested in the subject matter, and let's see what we can build from this together. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Jari. Do we have any quick questions to Jari on the space ecosystem? If not, thank you. And yes, please do join our LinkedIn hub, everyone. Then we will move forward to some concrete examples. Yes, to Mikko. Some concrete examples about space data usage for economic forecasting in particular.
Okay, thank you. Nice to be here. My name is Mikko and I come from the University of Vaasa. They're doing research in accounting and finance and economic forecasting, but I have a background in astronomy, so that's the reason why space is so cool for me. Okay, some concrete examples how to use remote sensing for economic forecasting. And first, some details why it matters. Why remote sensing could be useful for economic forecasting. Objectivity, the information provided by these satellites, it's more reliable when compared to information that we get from these observed entities especially. I'm talking here about companies. The companies are producing a lot of reports what they are doing, but how reliable that information is that's always a question. Using satellites, we get a more objective information, and it's more up to date. Usually, we get information from companies something like quarterly or yearly. Some data we only get once a year, but satellite data, it's available or it can be acquired many times a day, so it's more on time. Kind of nowcasting, we get information more often. And of course, it's an alternative source of information, what is happening, for example, in those companies that we are analyzing. Investors are always looking alternative sources of data that they can add to their models to get more improved forecasting models. And of course, one important thing in remote sensing in satellite data is to monitor sustainability. There are many ways to analyze, of course, especially related to environment. What kind of actions companies, factories are doing to reduce emissions and so on. We can use that satellites to get information about that. And on the right side, you can see an image that large institutional investors think that from the different alternative data sources, they think that satellite images, remote sensing is the most promising one to improve their performance, and it is the most interesting one for them. And it is not just for investors, analysts, of course, companies themselves want to promote their sustainable actions and responsible actions. They want to show using objective data that their factories are not producing so much emissions and so on. Okay, then let's look some examples how we can use remote sensing for economic forecasting. The traditional way is this large-scale economic forecasting. It has been done something like 20 years at least, and the oldest way to do that is to use night lights. So we are using nighttime satellite images to evaluate how much lights there are. It's a very good, at least it's a very good proxy for analyzing the economic activity of, for example, one country. More there are lights, it means that the economy is more active in that country, and it is GDP is increasing and so on. And it's working equally well for developing and developed countries. This is the oldest way to use satellite data for estimating economic activity. A little bit more recent way is to use different emissions to analyze economic activity. Here's an example from China. Nitrogen dioxide emissions. Left side we have an image before COVID restrictions, and then we have an image while there were COVID restrictions and the factories were not running and so on. So we can immediately see that there is much less emissions coming from China, and this is a very good proxy for estimating economic activity. Main sources of this type of emission are traffic and certain industry sectors. We can use different emissions, methane, or we can use sulfur dioxide. It's specific to different industries than NO2. But one problem with these emissions is that if we are trying to evaluate economic activity, it's not kind of going all the time up. More we have economic activity. When we are analyzing developed countries, there are many actions related to green tech that might cause the level of emissions to decrease. So I would say that it's working the best for developing countries, because in that kind of countries there is a clear connection. More we have emissions, the higher is the economic activity in that country. And same goes for deforestation. It's a good proxy for economic activity. More there is deforestation, more economic activity, but it's working well for developing countries. Again, it might not work so well for developed countries because there are more green aware and they plant forests and so on. Okay, so and then if we decrease our scale a little bit and we move to industry level forecasting, there are many ways to use satellite images to evaluate different industries. For example, oil industry, we can use machine learning to evaluate the amount of crude oil around the world, and there are investors that are observing all the crude oil tanks around the world. They are using this feature of oil tanks that they have these floating roofs. So evaluating the size of shadow outside the oil tank, you can evaluate the size of the oil tank, and then when you evaluate the size of the shadow inside the tank, you know that how much oil there is inside inside that one specific task, and machine learning is doing this everything automatically, and then when you do it for all the crude oil tanks around the world, you know the crude oil inventories, and then you can use that information to evaluate the crude oil industry or oil industry, how much there are inventories, it affects the prices, and so on. Agriculture, we can use SAR data to analyze fields when they have been harvested, high frequency data. This is vital information for companies that use agricultural products, so we can use for agricultural monitoring. Mining industry, again, SAR satellites can be used to analyze the stock or stockpiles, volume changes, of course, that is telling about the activity of that specific mine, and if you do that for many mines, you get an idea for that specific ore, for that specific metal, what kind of inventories there are, how much they are producing that, so you can use that to estimate the future price for that metal. And machine learning can be harnessed to recognize all the solar energy panels around the world, and of course that is telling something about energy sector. Okay, but if we, for also optical images can be used for large-scale economic forecasting. If you evaluate the activity at ports, at airports, how much airplanes, how much ships, vessels, and what kind of vessels are arriving at harbors and leaving, of course that is telling about the economic activity of that country. But then if we decrease the spatial and also temporal resolution, we get at company level forecasting what I think is the most interesting and the newest type of economic forecasting that has been done using remote sensing. There are examples where investors have been analyzing the number or evaluating how many cars there are at parking lots outside big retail chains in the US, and that has been used to evaluate at how well Target and how well Walmart is doing. There is research that shows that it is very useful information, and it gives an advantage to these investors that have this satellite data available that they can use to calculate the number of cars outside these retail stores. And of course it can be also used to evaluate the number of employee cars around factories, and that tells something about that factory, what is the utilization level of that factory, and so on. And high resolution emission maps, there are also, because at least the free satellites that offer free images, the resolution is such that it's very difficult to use them to evaluate the emissions that are coming from one single factory. But there are commercial satellites that can be used to evaluate emissions from single sources. Here is an example of methane emissions from one single landfill. And so of course this can be used to estimate the factory utilization rates, how active those factories are, and this can be used for sustainability evaluation, the sustainable actions of factories, how much emissions they are producing, and is it in line with their reporting. But it's also possible to use these free satellites to evaluate emissions from one single source. Here's one example. One researchers from the University of St. Gallen, Switzerland, they have been using a very sophisticated machine learning model that combines optical images and then also these emission sources, and then they have this deep learning model, and they combine that information to evaluate the amount of emissions that is coming from all the fossil fuel plants around the world. So it's also possible for free sources, although the resolution is not that high, but if you use machine learning, you get kind of, and multi-source approach, you get information that you can use to evaluate single emission sources. Okay, and here's another example how detailed information we can get from one single factory. example from company Orbital Insight. They were monitoring this one refinery in China. They were using cell phone things to evaluate how many employees there are and where they are, computer vision to detect all the new buildings and other infrastructure changes, crude oil fill rates from floating roofs, and then AS data to follow leaving and arriving ships, and shortwave infrared can be used to detect flares that come from those refineries. So multi-source information, data fusion, we get very, very detailed information that what is happening at one single factory. And is it useful? There are a couple of research papers that show that this is very useful information. For example, this first one proved that institutional investors that have access to this satellite data, they get an advantage of that. From that, they have higher profits, and individual investors that doesn't have this information, they lose money. So there's information asymmetry. That's not good, but anyway, they prove that this satellite remote sensing information is very useful for investing and useful source for estimating economic activity. And another example, satellite images can support the decision making of analysts. So this is useful information. It's already proven in few different research papers. And some concluding thoughts, what is behind, if you consider my slides, we were coming from the large scale towards smaller scale. And that's, I think it's the key that we are now able to analyze individual factories and so on. And what is making this possible? Of course, improved temporal resolution, improved spatial resolution is important, but I think at least as important are these sophisticated machine learning algorithms that have already superhuman capabilities. They are better than humans to recognize different objects from satellite images. I think that's also very, very important in the success of remote sensing and economic forecasting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mikko. Excellent presentation with interesting insight into what can be done. Do we have any questions from the audience? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
And we will move on to the last presentation. Okay, thank you. So the last presentation actually comes from the ESA-BIC Finland, so the European Space Agency Business Incubation Center in Finland, headed by Kimmo Isbjörnsund. He couldn't be here today or present online today, so he provided us with the material so that we could hear in Vaasa Future Festival Space Saturday present what are then the financing potential from ESA-BIC Finland to all the new ideas that come up in the space data utilization and the data analytics. So please do connect with Kimmo, for example, at LinkedIn to discuss more and hear more. And you can find ESA-BIC Finland activities both in Twitter and LinkedIn and Instagram as well. But the ESA-BIC activities, they are part of the European Space Agency business promotion activities and the network. And they have these business incubation centers, then they have technology brokers and also a PhiLab network also for researchers and academia that are working with space data analytics. And here in this picture you can see the network of ESA-BIC facilities all over Europe. So There's 25 business incubation centers in altogether 80 locations all over Europe, with 200 new startups per year in Europe around space data and space data applications. This network is growing. The amount of new ideas being brought into new business is growing. And what the European Space Agency Business Incubation Center in Finland, ISABIC, what they are looking for are the most talented teams with the best space-related ideas into startups. And this is also here in the Kvarken Space Center what our goal has been, to bring up all the opportunities now in new space with the new types of space data being available, and then bringing these new ideas closer to the funding, the potential financing, and then build that to new businesses. So the ISABIC Finland works together with the Aalto Startup Center in Otaniemi, in Espoo, and they also have a satellite site in Turku, at the Turku Science Park, also in Tampere soon later on this year. And the ISABIC centers, so they offer experts that help if someone, new entrepreneur, some expert has a new idea for a new business idea, they provide expertise to support in that. They have office space, they organize events such as hackathons, for example, webinars. They have also been part in the Kvarken Space Center webinars during our project. And then also they provide PR. And what they do is they provide equity-free funding for 75,000 euros from the European Space Agency and Business Finland together. And here you can see that it's quite a quick process, how the funding decision for new ideas, how they are doing it. So when from applying to funding, completing the application, pitching it to ISABIC Finland, to then signing the contract and starting in this ISABIC Finland program. And the operations have been ongoing since 2017, and they have been very successful in helping the Finnish space ecosystem grow. 21 companies have so-called graduated from this program, half of which are Aalto University teams. So to me also this is a clear sign that these academia-derived startup activities are very useful, and also here in Vaasa region this is what we strive for. Yes, and nearly 100 million euros in investments have these companies that have been graduating from ISABIC Finland so far achieved. And here you can see some of the events that ISABIC Finland has been organizing. For example, there was a large space hack some years ago. Then there's the Copernicus Masters that focuses on the European remote sensing infrastructure Copernicus and its application, space Copernicus data usage. Then there's the Galileo Masters competition that focuses on satellite navigation, the European Galileo system, data utilization. And then, for example, last year there was the Space for Humanity Finland bootcamp for future impact entrepreneurs. And also we had from our Kvarken Space Center, we had participants in this event or bootcamp with a very successful outcome actually. Then ISABIC Finland wanted us to provide you a couple of alumni cases to showcase what is going on in the Finnish space startups scene. So Solar Foods, they are making food out of thin air. And then another example is the Aurora propulsion technologies that are also then included in our Quakensat CubeSat mission with their propulsion demonstration. So Aurora has developed the world's smallest collision avoidance system that can fit any satellite. Then Awake.ai, that's another ISABIC Finland graduate company. that focuses on sustainable and intelligent maritime logistics, so artificial intelligence enhanced digital platform that they have developed that connects ships operators, ports, and then cargo owners. And of course, essential part of that is GNSS data, where, when, and also then remote sensing data. Then Climatica is another graduate from the ISABIC Finland, which is a climate change impact and action scenario platform that merges climate history data, satellite data, and sensors with artificial intelligence. And then also Fleetonomy is yet another successful graduate from the Business Incubation Center of ESA in Finland that develops remote operation platform for automated aerial and ground vehicle fleets to be used in especially complex urban environments. And then as last, Elfus, they are capturing every ray of light. So they have been working on a photodetector technology solution with funding from ISABIC Finland. So also here in Vaasa, we are very active now in these European Space Agency ESA business incubation activities, and we are planning to start hosting an ISABIC West Coast here in Vaasa from the beginning of next year. So we are very happy about that, and we hope that then our universities and Universities of Applied Sciences here in our region will benefit out of this activity. And then also, of course, that this Kvarken region collaboration and the Finnish, Swedish, and the whole Nordics collaboration here on the West Coast can benefit out of this ISABIC Finland West Coast activity that we are planning to start here. Yes, but this was the presentation from ISABIC Finland and the planned activities also for the Vaasa region. Do we have any questions from the audience? We haven't had such many questions from the audience, so we are ahead of time. So I think we could play the video again to kind of conclude, but I do urge to come and discuss with us. Also you there online listening in, please go to quakenspacecenter.org, look at our activities and our results, and also then contact us. You can see the email addresses on the screen now. So thank you so much for your attention. And of course the kids satellite workshop continues for a little bit upstairs. And yeah, let's collaborate in space. Thank you so much.
This is Earth, our planet. Here we have Scandinavia and Finland, and this is Kvarken, or Merenkurku in Finnish. It is a very narrow part of the Gulf of Bothnia between Finland and Sweden, so narrow that it is sometimes referred to as a strait. These images are from the Earth observation satellites, but soon a satellite from this region can take these kinds of photos as well. Quakensat is a nanosatellite, a 2-unit CubeSat, about 20 centimeters high and 10 centimeters wide. It has a camera that can take images of the delicate and unique environment of the Kvarken area from space on several wavelengths. The AIS, or the Automatic Identification System, is used for tracking ships, like the ships connecting both sides of the strait, Vaasa in Finland and Umeå in Sweden. A small package of miniaturized attitude control rockets helps point the camera in the desired direction. The satellite has the GNSS receiver for determining the exact position, with the signals coming from the navigation satellite systems like GPS and Galileo. In total, combined with the rest systems, solar panels, batteries, computers, radios, antennas, and so on, the satellite weighs approximately 2 kilograms. The main purpose of the satellite remains here on Earth. It is the first concrete product of the Finnish-Swedish collaboration project that tries to spark a new space economy in the Kvarken region. The project is run by 10 partners. The University of Vaasa as lead partner, in close cooperation with Novia University of Applied Sciences, Design Center Muava at Vaasa University of Applied Sciences, Honken School of Economics, Åbo Academy University, Aalto University, Umeå University, Luleå University of Technology, as well as the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences and the Swedish Institute of Space Physics. The project is also funded by the EU Interreg Botnia Atlantica program, the Council of Ostrobothnia, and the Council of Västerbotten. As long as everything goes as planned, the Quakensat will be launched to space in early 2023.